Welcome back to another episode on the Coin King channel. It's your girl down to crypto TA, and it is a casual morning this morning, and we're going to jump right into what happened yesterday, starting with our setup. It's over. So just remember, one thing I said is you don't have to wait for it to get to the top. Know to take profit, when to take profit. Okay? So let's going to look back at this channel here that I was looking at on Bitcoin yesterday. Not sure if I actually posted that part or not, but I did actually post here with the rejection levels here. We looked at these yesterday as well. And when we got to this one, it just went kaput. That was the end. I saw this little rise over here and figured that was gonna do it there. So yeah, this is a done deal, but you did manage to make some pretty decent profits off of this if you took this long setup here and you had a few times to actually get in here and take this trade. But now this is over. This is over. So I'm just gonna put this to the side now. Actually, let me just share. Sharing is caring. So anyone who was not here yesterday, but you're here today, and you're so appreciated. This is just a look back here. And when we hit this last resistance right here, I actually thought that we would, get up here to these equals here. And that was until I started to see us continue to put in this formation going back up. Now we have the little equals in here that you can see from my chart. So I figured that would get hit. But the structure looked like it was something that was going to break down. And so that led us to this point and to this rollover. And currently, yeah, this order block here didn't even matter. It didn't matter at all. So I'm gonna delete that. We can drop our baby here. I'm gonna take some things out of here, but I may actually not delete that channel just yet. No longer holding that support, but this could come back and act as resistance. So I'm just gonna update that text on that. Let's put an R there. Put an RS. Because you never know. You never know. This was a struggle here, but and I'll probably keep that one just in case. Yeah, I'll leave this one here too, just in case. I'm not going to spread it out though, so I don't crowd the chart up. And I'm just going to change these from just an R to an SR because we never know. All right. So what are we doing? All right, so this is the level. We have to defend this level. Very important. So I've covered this multiple times and stress that we have to defend this level. I even dashed it out in the red yesterday and made it clear that if we get here, because it was on the table, this level was on the table and this level was on the table, but I learned quickly that this is the level here that we have to defend, and we have to see Bitcoin be able to push up and away from here. If we're not doing that, we have problems, because that means that we're losing the 200 and the 100 on the daily time frame. That's critical. That's critical. We looked at on the daily time frame also the MACD cross, and I ask that you keep an eye on that MACD cross. Because although it's corrective, I'm sorry, I need to minimize myself. Although it is corrective, it's still relevant. So you probably didn't see anything I did because my big head was in the way, and I apologize. But again, we're here at the level that we need to defend here with the red dash. Have to hold, have to hold, have to hold. We do not want to see price start to slip, and we do not want to see price here. That puts us much further below that 200 period moving average and that 100 period moving average. That 200 is really what's concerning me on that daily time frame, because right now we're just tapping into it right now. That I'm sure of. All right, so we had these levels here as well. This is where the we can see the 4 hour was respecting this line in here. But something happened, and it was with the 4 hour time frame. So I didn't really get to go into any details on this yesterday. And it was about 3:34 p.m. according to this post over here that I did this, and I just said that this might be premature, but Bitcoin's 4 hour looks like it may be flipping bearish. And I said I'll update once there's confirmation. I went to sleep. I was tired yesterday. I did not get to come back and confirm anything. And sure enough, before this candle right here even got to this point, it was over. Like I could see it. I can see it. But you have to follow me to get those kind of updates and turn your alerts on. But this, this was the first closure below this line as well. That wasn't my cue. It was the rising dynamic cloud that I was looking at on this 4 hour time frame. It started to stall out, but once it started to move, once it started doing this, I was like, trouble, a little bit of trouble. And it continues to slowly creep up. And this puts us in danger. This puts us in great danger if we're not holding this level. We're rolling. So if you're in any loans, I would not be trying to catch the bottom. I will be waiting to ensure that we can hold this level. Do we have room to go a little lower? Perhaps. So let's do this. Let's put see about this gap, but we really like we're where we need to hold. And that's just it. We're where we need to hold. Yeah, this doesn't make much of a difference. Just this 50% here. This doesn't make much of a difference. So I'm not going to mess with that. We're in trouble. Let's see. What else did we look at yesterday on the 8 hour time frame? We looked at this channel on stream. I noticed this, and I posted on this yesterday as well. Directly after the stream, for anyone who wasn't here, who may have just needed some details of what the scenario could potentially be, and it was this channel here. I turned this off. You can see from this 8 hour time frame. What else? Bollinger. That was another thing. We're sideways in the Bollinger. And I did state, it was great for scalpels in here. You come down, you break SD2, you reclaim, then you can get in. You could rinse and repeat on that until it starts to expand. And when we did it that time, we didn't stop. We started expanding. So that was another cue as to this being over. It did not instantly snap back. You got a closure below that line over here where you were not getting a closure before. We noticed that here with the Bollinger as well, price was just chopping or trying to hold the 20. It was trying to hold this 20. And that's why we were stopping out. and able to plot that line here because we were trying to hold that 20. So that one little closure, that gave a lot of insight into a change of behavior. Change of behavior. See here on money flow, we're pretty close to coming into this green zone in here. Typically see bounces from about to say Solana, from Bitcoin when we get into this green zone here. So we'll see what money flow ends up doing. We knew that we had the cloud cover and we were chopping the squeeze here from the RSI as well with no true direction. All we could do was just wait for the breakdown, really. And yeah, the range, I thought that at least since we were in this range here that we would just sweep and reclaim. That has not happened yet. Maybe that happens today after what do we have today? Forex. Let me do it from here on my phony phone. Let's see what we have today. We have nothing today. So nothing today. We have a busy week next week, but nothing today. Let's see. RSI pretty I mean, that really doesn't matter. It doesn't. The same way, you know, if Bitcoin it is starting to get bearish, like it doesn't matter when we're here and we're overbought. So we could be here for a while and we can be rolling for a while if we fail to hold that level, which is just is crucial here on the daily. We've watched this as well. We know that this is potentially a channel in here and that price can come back down here to the bottom side of this channel, um, which is also in line with that additional level that I was saying that price could get to, but we don't want to do that. We want to hold where we are. We need to defend where we are. We would be coming back down here. This is the breakout level here, or the breakout from the range that we were in when we were putting in this pattern here, which is so much cleaner. And then this, you know, the bear div there, and we kept funneling with this momentum break here. So yeah, that's where we're at. That's where we're at. And again, the only thing, and I'm just going to turn the drawings off for a sec. Put that on the candle. And let's look at, actually, let's look at our EMAs really nicely here first. All right, so right now we're tapping into, I probably have this set for a 26. That may be the one that's up here right now. Yep, 26. So we're tapping at 26 on our EMA ribbon there. And then we're here and we're messing with that 20, that 200 and that 100 here, which is welded together. And we're looking at how welded they were yesterday as well. So we hold or we roll. Okay, we hold or we roll. Now this I don't like because we don't typically play around with this too much. We did it over here. That was okay. It was a little bit different over here, I would have to say, versus now. It's usually how we want to see it. We want to see us coming up, not going down. So we got some problems there. Let's just take a look, see. Let's see SMA. What do we have going on? All right, that's the 20 SMA there. Yep, 20 SMA there. And these are just some of the ones that I like to look at. This one I just like to look at for reversals, like when it starts to squeeze tight together. But we need to hold. Just going to set this back as it was and switch us back over to this line chart here for our daily time frame. So Biddy, we need to defend our current level in order to get that move to the upside. Let's see if we're putting in any sort of diagonal or anything like that. In fact, let me hide my drawings there for a minute. Let me look at a monthly real quick. See. What do I have on over here? I mean, this is basically where we are right now, trying to defend. And this is where we don't want to be. Let's see. I must have it set where it doesn't show up. No, that is not true. Where are we at then? Okay. Oh, heck no. Okay. Let me get that off of here. We've been there, done that. This is where we're not trying to be here. I think these are weekly here. But again, we don't want to see price get down there either. We just want to hold where we are. And I'm just going to sink this into this lower time frame here. I suppose if you wanted to attempt some sort of a long, it would be here. And if we're losing it, then you want to cut it. And you already have a nice little wick down here to the downside. It looks like we are putting in some sort of a bear div in here. I'm going to put my noise on as much as I don't really want to add the noise. All of this is up for reclaim. All of these green candles are up for reclaim. And this is how oversold. I was looking at it last night and we were down to what, 17 or no, we got all the way down as low as like 7 or 8 or some crap like that on the RSI. Let me see if I can tell us how low we got. Yeah, we were all the way down to like a 7 on the 15-minute time frame RSI. 7. I haven't looked at the news. I don't know what happened. That we would just roll this hard, but a 7 on the RSI. So we're putting in some bear divs here right now. We're going to complete opposite here. Turn that off for a sec so I can see this. This doesn't look as clean here. Let me see. This looks more like it's, yeah, this is widening. And in the bottom, we are getting narrow. So this is expanding and this is converging. Sometimes I want to be Miss Perfectionist. I know I'm not. Just making sure I get you right. So this is what we have going on here from a line chart perspective there. And this can help us see our support and resistance as well until something changes in there. All right, let me see here. Okay, so altcoins are holding up very well. That's a plus that they are. So dominance at the moment, it's not a thing, not really a thing. Let me see, let me make sure that we're going to respect here. And then I can move forward. It's like 5 minutes on this. But the good thing is it could be shifting. Could be an ending. See what our RSI looks like down here. RSI looks pretty nice down here. So it's not looking much different there. So you can plot this. Sometimes it's different, sometimes it's the same, and right now it's the same. So if you use the RSI, you can plot that. It is when we start losing this low, just based on where this ribbon here is sitting, this signal here on the blue, it is definitely where we start losing that low. That we could see another drop here, but hopefully not, and we managed to hold here. Look at how gray this got, how flat, the red and the green is here, which would normally just be green, but I did a few modifications here, but look at how red we got. So we're starting to creep up a little bit in here. With the color other than gray, but we were just rolling. And this was just steady climbing. I don't think I've seen this get that high in a long time. Yeah, we're trying to stop the bleeding. But bears are still in control right now. This could again be an ending diagonal. We have to start to invalidate the bear div, which means getting above this high here, back above the top side of our box here. And then we'll start to look for a push back up here into the previous day low. And if we can reclaim, I mean, we'd be running directly into resistance here. But it is a start. We may have to see the cloud drop one more time first. And then I'm going to jump into the altcoins because they're doing pretty good right now. They're holding up pretty well right now. Let me take that away. And do keep in mind that this is a line chart bias. How this is drawn is based on the line chart bias. So this candle has to close outside of this range here, outside of this descending line here, in order for it to show some sort of a change of behavior, because it is a line chart bias. And not just leave the wick like it did here before. So 1 minute left on that. I know what the headline is going to be today. If we reclaim, I honestly don't know how to draw the that triangle. I honestly don't, which is why I just haven't done it. I can give it a shot. It just doesn't make sense to me. Maybe we can just use it like it is here, with this blue line low here. Or maybe they're doing it like this. See, that doesn't add up for me. Maybe it's being done like that. The headline is going to be, I told you that we can get a fake out to the downside. That's going to be the headline. That's why I said I'm just going to focus on support and resistance levels, because I can't, and they could be very right, but it's just easier when it's not clean. Like it's not clean. It's not a clean triangle, as say opposed to that. That's a lot cleaner and clear. It's just not clean enough for me to do it like that. Now on the daily with that line perspective was a lot cleaner. But just to focus on support and resistance levels is just as good as, focusing on the pattern when you can't really structurally, everybody is drawing it differently because it's not that simple to draw the lines on it to a point where it makes sense. At least there's no bear div here on this closure here. There's no bear div on that closure there. So we are starting to see a little bit of a change change of behavior here on this 15-minute time frame. All right, and with that in mind, I'm going to slide this back out because yeah, about like that. Take a look here at dominance, which I ended up putting it on the 4-hour because I was saying on that 4-hour for total 2 and total 3, that was where the Bollinger Band had an expansion at. So I just figured it would be good to watch the 4-hour time frame. And both of these are on the 4. I can put this one here on the weekly here. Yeah, yesterday when we were looking at this on the weekly, we were saying that it was still inside of the bearish control zone on the Bollinger Band, and it was hitting standard deviation 1 here, and unless it got a a break out of here or a flip, because piercing it is not the same as what I'm trying to translate, then we could see alts do okay. As long as we're still in here, we're still in the bearish control zone on the Bollinger until we do something like this where we're closing outside of it and rolling up. We're okay. That doesn't mean that it can't continue higher. It almost looks a little less likely right now. We'll see if we can start to roll over, if we can get an expansion here, but we do want to lose the channel that we have here for Biddy. Bitcoin dominance here. Want to lose this channel. Reject, maybe back test and reject there. Okay, we're okay. We'll look back at the 1 hour. All right, so we got a little positive delta cross here on the 1 hour time frame. RSI showing that it's trying to hold here. You see how I call it a gold digger. How we have this little bit of support underneath here and trying to get that move above here. We already identified the bear div, so it's the same as the 15 as it is here on the 1 hour here. And we will be showing some selling pressure starting to cool off in here as well. And already you can see the white down here already. The numbers no longer match, so it is outside of it as we're starting to get this little push here for Biddy. And this line down here, this is just a 5 EMA for the weekly time frame. So I do believe that we are. I turned it off over here because I think we were chopping it at one point. Yeah, we were chopping it in here. So the 200 EMA, we were just chopping it there. I'm just going to flip through here so the 200 is here on the 4 hour time frame. 113.505 on Blowfin. Let's take a look at this 8 and see where we're at. Nah. 2 hour. We've lost it on the 2. It's a pretty decent tap right there on the 3 hour time frame. With the purple E's, but the E's just haven't been slapping here. Not on the, well, I guess on the time frame like the 3, it may be okay. The higher time frames for sure. The lower time frames, it hasn't really done much. And we already saw what we were looking like here on the daily with it at 26 here on the daily. And these are so far spread apart that we will see a recovery coming here. It's more likely that we see a recovery than just continue to roll over. But we do need to reclaim, or we're just doing something different at this point. All right, so while Bitcoin is doing that, let's take a look here at our alts. And I'll be watching Biddy, so if there's anything different, I won't let you down. All right, so Ethereum, it had one back test here. Now, I was saying, and I could be proven wrong, of course. None of us are geniuses. I'm thinking that we don't get to 4,008 right now. That is what I'm thinking. But if dominance is going to roll over or lose that channel and roll over, I mean, we can't say that Bitcoin has one more pump left in it, and then at the same time say, you know, dominance is going to fall. I don't think that those two go together. So we just have to make up our mind. But let's just say that it's over for Bitcoin. It's rather early because it's not October yet. And dominance is going to roll over, and Bitcoin's just going to be putting in these lower highs for a minute. Then we could get up here to this 4,008. Otherwise, I just wasn't feeling that was going to be the case. This does look like a little bitty, I don't know what this is, Siamese twin head and shoulder here. Inverse head and shoulder. Now, I know if we close above this level here, it's a done data for the 1 hour time frame, and we can get higher. We can go higher. I was only looking for us to potentially come back up here into around this previous week high in here and put in a lower high. But yeah, we have this neckline here now, or this pivot here, that if we're closing above it, then we can continue to ride up. This pattern looked like it would end up changing into like a rising channel formation or something. That's what it's looking like right now. No, I guess it doesn't look like that. I could have sworn I saved a template, but I guess I didn't. Thank you, love. So I'm not going to force it. It's not there. There is a bottom line here. And then we can see when we start to develop something here on the top side. But there is a bottom trend line here that we could follow along with here on Ethereum. But right now, Back test back into the golden pocket 786 for the bounce up. Not really respecting the top side of this flag formation here. So just a closure, but and I actually closed out my Ethereum um, position last night. I thought I didn't want to sleep on it. Didn't want to sleep on it and wake up and I don't know, Bitcoin's doing God knows what. And I did actually consider so that was my Ethereum position and I closed it out. But this was all posted on X. That's old. Well, that's just the 23rd there. But this was all posted on X prior to price even getting down here into the golden pocket or any of that good stuff. And we were watching this on the channel as well. So we'll see. I mean, if we do blast off to the upside, then I'm looking for 4,008 to come into play. We are continuing to make higher highs and higher lows. We haven't violated anything here on the 4-hour time frame. Just the 1-hour time frame is the only time frame we actually think we did put in like a see. Nope, we actually didn't. Not even here on the 1-hour time frame. So we should be pretty good. No chotch here on the 1, no chotch on the 4. And this is not following along with total 2 or total 3 either. Not the structure here for Ethereum. So I'll just be looking for that 4,008 if we are going to get the closure above here, which is another neckline break here, or potentially this inverse head and shoulder, which I don't like to look at inverted head and shoulders when we're at the top. That's not what I consider them to be. I've never seen that work out well. Just me. Inverted head and shoulders tend to happen after you get a nice sell-off, and this is just not a sell-off. This is just a correction. So it's something that follows behind some sort of an impulsive move. So 4,008 be on the table. We'll see how we do if we get an SFP here. You can also look for an SFP here at the previous day high or potentially the previous week high. Just a little bit of a rejection here for Bitcoin. Not much. Not much. RSI still looks pretty decent there for Biddy. XRP. We're looking at XRP yesterday, and we wanted to see the closure above this line here. We didn't get it. We got a break into it and a rejection because XRP looks very similar to total 2 and total 3. So you can see the structure here. They look the same. And so do many of the other altcoins. Look exactly like this. So once we get a closure above here now, I need to move it up, but it is the previous day high. You have to look at the previous day high at this point. And just so you have the number there, that's $3.26. If you're using Binance, then that's the number there. Get a closure above here. You're back in the game. at least for the 1 hour. For the 1 hour, that'll give you a new chotch here and a potential continuation up. If not just a lower high. Let's see if there's anything here. I don't know that there's anything here. Nope. So we're just looking at support resistance. So want to flip this. 326.51. Solana. Still holding the top side of the weekly range relatively well here. Was thinking that Solana could actually get the move back down here to the bottom side of the channel, but if that's not happening, and this is quite different from what you see with total 2 and total 3. And I'm just going to check each one of these, see if there's any sort of a parallel connection. I mean, this could be a little bit sweeter on that side. You would really only have these three touch points though. That one, this one, and this one made it back to the top side of the channel. So you can definitely go with the top trend line here. If you're a trend line trader, then you would just be waiting for a break out of this trend line. RSI still under development right now. And we didn't quite hit our 207 here. You can just see her from a 4-hour. Nice little doji candle down here. I wouldn't say Solana's quite ready. Again, I still think, I mean, I like this doji here. There is still the potential for Sol to come back and back test this trend line here. Not a fan of that. Yeah, I don't think it's quite ready for a move up, but we'll keep watching it. So I would keep my eyes on the possibility of Solana, just coming back here to back test this trend line here. It looks like at that point to me it would defend it and get the bounce up. It can come lower. It can even come down here to the bottom of the range here at 164 and still be, still just be corrective. Otherwise, you just wait for that break of the trend line across here. So you're not trying to catch a falling knife. And if it falls back in, you cut it. You cut it and you wait. Suey again did really good. We're waiting for Suey to get down here and just wanting it to hold the monthly support level, which it did. Um, I could live with that, despite this little break here. I could live with this. And as long as it continues to hold this low here, it's respectable for a move or a breakup out of here. And another attempt at getting through that resistance there. And of course, this box here is $3.92 to $4. So $4 really here around the high. That resistance there, and then the 1 month resistance here. And then potentially getting up here to the previous week high and possibly an SFP there. This is the kind of structure that makes me want to look for a long for sure. And I didn't manage to get in here. When all this happened, I was sleeping. But that looks respectable for Suey. Do we have to, if unless we put in a, well, no. Yeah, this looks fine. This looks fine. And to the downside, you know that this would be the next level here. And that's 339, 327. But hopefully it can maintain this and just get the push up and be on its merry way to, I don't know what everybody's calling for right now. That's the next level here, 493 to 513 for Sui. Right, let me see what BNB is doing. Yeah, this is not going to happen. We got the rejection at the golden pocket, so this is for certainly not going to happen because once price comes back up and it manages to get a closure above here, then that changes everything. So we can forget about that. And that was our low to hold. We already discussed that yesterday. And we did this little channel here yesterday. So this momentum line here, that's $771. It will be continuation if it does. Like I said, if it does get up here and it's able to close above this golden pocket here, then it would just be continuation. You would have your higher lows and your higher highs back in play here on the 1 hour time frame. I mean, yeah, you would just be continuing your higher lows. Ada. Excuse me. My coffee before it gets cold. I'm just going to see what this momentum line is here. It's for a 4 hour, I do believe. We're tapping it now. So we're looking at the possibility of this measured move here for the this breakdown, which may not be the case. And I possibly could have done this differently. Take that away for a sec. I probably could have done it differently. And I can pretty much see that here. But nonetheless, it looks like we're about to get a momentum break here on ADA. I mean, you can also just do the trend line there on ADA. Also, I'm going to take that away. That's pretty chiseled. So that's pretty clean for a break. Trend line break there. And back into support. Now, if this cloud keeps rising, then I'm going to have to change my mind on these alts. I'm just noticing that, when I turn it on, that I'm seeing that. Nice move, Bitcoin. I'm seeing that the cloud is starting to rise a bit with price action sitting inside of here. I don't like that. But we'll keep watching that dominance. But it could potentially be getting a momentum break here to the upside. It does need to get above this previous day high here. So I do want to see a closure above the previous day high. Again, just looking a lot like XRP in total market. So you have to see that. You have to see a closure above here. It's going to change structure for your lower time frame, not necessarily. There's nothing wrong here on the 4 hour time frame, but it will give a charge to your lower time frame. But you want to see that closure there above for ADA. If not, we could come in a little bit more. Just a little concerned with, what we're doing here. It could come lower, and we'd be looking at that 72 next for ADA. And that's with the failure to get a closure above here. We're looking lower at the 72. We'll just keep it to an if this then that. Same thing over here. So yeah, a little bit of a rise here. And that's where the momentum breaks tell you a different story. Tells you bear div. Because you start rising here. You start building up bearish divergence, and price action will start to roll over. Not necessarily a good pivot point in here for H bar, and I am still holding this H bar position. where we had a take profit set, and I completely ignored it. I ignored it. And we're up like 500%. And so, yeah, it's not looking the same anymore. RSI looks pretty decent here. This does suggest that we hmm, could just be putting in another lower high. Could put in a lower high. Let me just put it like that. Could be putting in a lower high here for H bar. And H bar might continue down a little bit. Currently, we didn't exactly tap into our weekly level, which is at 23 cents. And that was close enough. It's 23.1. That was close enough. So if we lose that, then we could be coming back down here to about 19.20. You got the VWAP here too. And this resistance in here, and this pocket of resistance in here, we could potentially see some sort of a head and shoulder formation. So watch that on H bar. Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a move. Dominance remains the same. We're doing good over here on Biddy. I'm gonna jump back over here real quick. We got our change of behavior over here off of this, and we've invalidated the bearish divergence that was in here. We've maintained, well, so far we're defending our level here. And if price gets, I mean, we could see a rejection here as well. You can see the low side of the dynamic cloud. That's 116,624. If you're somebody who's looking to short, you could see a rejection there. Maybe we come back down, test this zone again. If we get there, you could look for a rejection there. You can look for a rejection there at the previous day high if we can get there. It's one last closure here. We got 9 minutes on it to invalidate the bear div here. So far, we're okay. Just gotta keep holding that. 15 minute is already showing some sort of a topping signal. But let me take a look at the Bollinger because that could be what we're doing. We're hitting. Let me take this away for a sec. I wish these lines would disappear with it. Maybe I can go in and customize it a little bit more to automatically draw the line so I can not have to. Let's see. So yeah, that's what we're doing on the Bollinger. We're trying to get an expansion here. I would check back in on that. Bollinger. All right, we got 7 minutes on that. We'll come back to it. And I'm watching it. I don't like the little wick there. Yeah. This rise, if it starts to become more aggressive, then we know that we're going to put in a lower high potentially and start to roll over. And again, here in this pocket here, and also where we have the VWAP sitting at here as well, possibly a head and shoulder for H bar. It is very, very heated. H bar is. And check back with the closure to see if we have an inside bar there. Yeah. So this looks like if we do again, if we do try to attempt the pump here on the daily time frame, we would have a cloud cover, could see a rejection here. Still red, still, showing this cool off over here. And if it turns up now, then it's in favor of bears. So just a little bit of caution here. Um, you don't need too much because the overall H bar looks good. It's just an opportunity to buy, in my opinion, which is what I will be doing. If it comes down a little bit more, I will be adding to that position that I have or opening a new position on Hedera. Hype, Bear Div, Rising Cloud. Oh my gosh. Yep, Rising Cloud. So where it looks like it's getting a momentum break, it's putting in Bear Divs. It would have to invalidate it. But that is what that is right now. I didn't see that on Ethereum. Maybe I didn't check it on Ethereum. Yeah, Ethereum is far away from it right now. So let me see XRP real quick. It's turning up a little bit here on XRP too. But hype for sure. I can get rid of some of this stuff in here. I'll probably keep, no, I'll get rid of that too. It's a very close call to hitting that 40. We lose that. Just a back test of the highs in here. I'm gonna give it some time and see if we can, because sometimes we can, and take that away. That's a lot more perfect. Doesn't look too clean up here. May not be that. There. Do it like that. And I'm simply going to look at these two lines here as potential support and resistance. If it's a pattern, I don't know. I'm just going to look at it as potential support and resistance zones here for hype, because there's not a lot of details for hype. We didn't exactly come back and tap into this trend line here either. So this is just a larger channel. And that's $44.34. 44.034. It's that momentum line there for hype. And it's this one too. So previous week low and previous day high. Well, this one is just before the previous day high. We'll see if we can get a breakout here for hype. I don't like the dynamic cloud, but again, can invalidate. It can be invalidated. So right now it looks good is what I would say to it. 1 minute left on Bitcoin. Looks like we are going to invalidate any sort of bear div there. It's stellar. Stella did get a reclaim into this range here. I think I'm just going to abolish the range. I don't like when you close outside. Hold on. No, hold on. Before I do that. All right, so this channel here on the indicator has been really good at you have to get the touches first, right? So you're kind of late by the time you get it, but still it's helpful in identifying, possible rejection level. And then here we broke it and reclaimed. So that was good for a long position there. Scalp, it looks like here, and potential resistance across this line here. But again, with this rise in the cloud here, it could be putting in some sort of a bear div. You want to see it be coming directly into resistance at 44. I want to tell you, you want to see price get above here, but you be coming clean into resistance if you do that. So I don't know how well that's going to work out for you. I'm just going to slide this all the way out. So we say 44, 45, say 45. And you want to break into 45 with some volume. Here, if you're into stellar, that's what you want to see. Want to see price break into it with some volume. All right, so we invalidated that bearish divergence on Bitcoin. At least that part is done, and we can come back and potentially put in a higher low and see if we can't continue to move up for Biddy. Otherwise, I would still say that this golden pocket is on the table despite this range, and this range came from, I'm going to take this away so it's not in the way of what I'm about to do. I don't need this anymore at all. So I'm going to delete that. Let me see where this range was from. The daily, perhaps? No. 2. It looks like it was from the 2 day. But what I'm going to do is just simply delete it because we closed outside of it, and I don't like to see price going back in. Even though it didn't close back in it on the 2 day, it's not as relevant to me anymore. So that's gone. Just need to see a reclaim of 45 with some volume here for Stellar. If you're not seeing that, you're possibly going to see a continuation down. And again, I would still, this golden pocket is still on the table. You can also do the low here of the weekly range, which is like 38. But I think that this could hit this little level in here. I'm not so sure of, but golden pocket potentially for Stellar. And then when we were on that daily, yeah, I mean, you would just simply be back testing the scene of the crime here, where you got the change of or break of structure with all of these inefficiencies here. It can afford to come down and still be fine here on the daily time frame. So that's what I would be looking for Stellar. To the upside, 62. Might need to tone that down. Yeah, to the upside, 57 to 62. Oof. For sure, Stella can come back in here and be absolutely fine. Nice closure there. Yeah, I would be looking for some sort of a correction to, yeah, yeah. That's a big inefficiency there. I'd be looking for a continuation to the downside for Stella, but again, just in case that doesn't happen and it wants to push up, then I'd be looking at 57 to 62. I would sit on my hands with this one right now. Doge, Doge, Doge. I like Doge. I did post on Doge last night, and I did put some notes in here on Doge. Let's see where I need to be on Doge chart. Let's take that away for a sec. Doge just has a Really nice trend regression line here from the indicator that I like. Let me just stretch it up a little bit more and change this to white, make it a little bit more visible. So you can see how we've respected here and here. And then when we got this drop, this sell off here, we respected it here. And we started to push up above this momentum, got the breakdown and the reclaim back above it right here. For now, the cloud is starting to rise a little bit over here on good old doji, but nonetheless, this is just a 4-hour time frame with the rise here. So I do want to see price action break above this trend line before making any moves. So if you can connect, if you're following an altcoin, I would just drop a line on it and wait for some sort of a behavior change on it, even if you drop it down to a line chart first and then look for a change of behavior. But this cloud is bothering me. And it's simply the 4-hour. But structurally, Doge looks good with the higher lows and higher highs, and also the daily chotch. Actually, daily break of structure. Nice round formation here for Doge. I love that. That is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful here. So even with the pullback, it will be a buy the dip opportunity for Doge. So let's just say that 4-hour wants to give us a little bit more. I will be looking down here at this weekly level here, and that's $20.60. No, I'm saying $20.60. Good Lord, Doge get there. Woof. 0.20. Let me see what some of the levels were. Well, my ideal entry is 207. And why would I say 207? Not 206. I have to edit that because I don't know why I put 207. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why I read that. All right. I would like to be able to get it here. I don't really like when price action is within the dynamic cloud, but this is flat and I would be thinking nothing of it really. But if I could get it here, then I would like that very much. And it's also in line with these highs here. And I see that I noted something here on the EMA. Yeah, the 200 is here on the daily as well. It's rather flat. And we didn't get a full ribbon flip here. So if we did come back and back test it, I would be willing to buy in some here and then look for a continuation to the upside. And that would be ideal for me for Doge. Doesn't happen. I don't know. We are trying to respect this neckline here. And this inefficiency is, sorry, it's completely filled here. 21, 3. Yeah, if I can get it here, I'd love that. And then I look for a continuation. I don't want to see this weekly candle continue to roll over. So I like to see us pause out in here instead of getting one big red candle, just unraveling what it did before. So if we can hold here, get a little bit of a bounce, even a small one. And then next week come into this level and potentially see the reversal from here. That would be great. Or start to slow down with the candle size. That will also be a good indication there. I don't like how large this candle looks right now with barely any wick off the bottom. But I think that Doge looks good with the higher lows and the higher high for just the retracement and the continuation. And if I do that, it's a little lower than what I'm interested in. That's better. So yeah, if we get down here, that would be great. We start to lose that 786. A couple of people probably start freaking out. That's what I would like for Doge. And then where we'll be going to the upside, still looking for this golden pocket to get hit. Golden pocket 786 is up here around 34 to 40, 40 what? Let's say 41 cents. Just round that off for good old Doge. I told you Sun was not going to let this thing. Yeah, Sun is. I don't know what he does to this price action, but it's not organic. It doesn't have that organic feeling. I knew he wasn't going to let it come down like that. So far, back inside of the range, back inside of the trend line that we broke down from. What other alts are doing that? Just Sun. Just Trons. Just Tron from Justin Sun. Okay. Yep. This little uptick I'm seeing right here where I can see that white peeking out, that is in favor of bulls by all means. And we can see it right here on the chart. Yeah, he wasted no time with that. None. Can take this away. Let me just see what we did. And I guess we're back to looking at 33.98, maybe an SFP here. But 33.98, we'll see what he does here first things first is getting the closure above. But we did this yesterday. I don't know what for. Anyway, I'll leave that there. We do need to get above here. Want to close above here, which is in line with one of the weekly petty levels here at 31.82, 31.82. So above here, and then I would just look for price to come up, take this high, possibly do an SFP, but you have that 33.98 level there, which could also be a rejection point. So to the upside, to the downside, I still don't think that he would let the price come down here. And I say he because I think that it is manipulated. But the weekly level here at 29 to 27, I don't think that's going to happen. That would also change the structure over here a little bit for that 4-hour time frame. So that could very well be the case. I do believe that that was like the golden pocket or something. Yeah, didn't hold it the best. Yeah. Okay, so Link not exactly getting down here into the golden pocket just yet. Or any sort of a pullback here on Link, I would be looking for price to come down here to 15.38. If we get it. I think I deleted this yesterday for this reason. I was saying the neckline is what we were bouncing off of or something like that. Yeah, we ended up putting it on the body of the neckline from the weekly. I think that's what we did. Yeah. Yeah, we moved it because we had it sitting here initially, and then it was moved to the body of the neckline. So it wasn't here originally, which is why I deleted the Golden Pocket 786. And the whole thing was we either hold the neckline or we lose the neckline, and then we come back here and we back test the 1538. But that the Bollinger Band and the weekly time frame look absolutely amazing. I think that Link looks good. That was the whole conversation that we had yesterday. Then I think that Link looks good. And I mean, our higher lows, and then that chart on the daily time frame there, and the Bollinger. Hold on, not this one. Not this one. This one. The Bollinger expansion taking place over here for Chainlink, and it has done relatively well in the past. So this is exactly what we were looking at yesterday. So I maintain that. Bitcoin is doing pretty good right now. I maintain that. I think that Link is a good looking chart. I've heard people kind of like trash talk it here recently, but I think that the chart looks good. The weekly time frame, it takes time, but I think it looks good, and I'd be looking for a link to continue up, 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 and away. You can see where your challenge is going to come in at. You may have a little something here, but really, I would be looking here about this 25 to 28 as more challenging. Right now, you are still somewhat within this weekly level here, but nonetheless, yeah, 25 to 28 is what I'd be looking at next. You may, I mean, if you're experiencing turbulence here, I wouldn't expect too much from here, which is why I'm leaning towards this here. And to the upside here, let's see. All right, so we have the golden pocket in here. I still lean towards this 25, but I mean, you can see the levels just to cover yourself. But I'd expect a nice little pump out of good old chain link here. I'm still respecting that VWAP there for virtuals, so that's good. And as long as it's holding there, then I would just look for it to bounce back up. We would love to see for it to leave this range. Do want to reclaim here. I see that we did break this little trend line here that we had on the charts. Let me see if I could have did anything. Actually, let me delete that one. That's done. Let's see if this would have made any difference. Potentially. But I opted for the most touches at the time. That was a pretty clean rising wedge there. Well, as long as virtuals is holding this VWAP here, then I would just be I look for price to get some sort of a bounce from this level. Maybe you repeat what happened in here, where you just range around in here for a minute before you can get the push up back into this level here. Really want to see it leave this range. Right now it's bearish. It's just bearish right now. Let's see here. Yeah, that's the best I can hope for virtuals. Is that you just maintain this VWAP here and maybe bounce around in here before actually being able to get a push up. Otherwise, where I think that price would come to next, because it's again, there's only like 3 levels in here. So 44. I mean, it just looks bearish to me. I wish I could say something different, but it just looks bearish to me. Again, if it holds here, if it holds that VWAP again, I can see it holding this RSI as well. And oof, let's see what money flow looks like. And this, potentially a bottom. It could potentially be a bottom. It's not the best looking chart right now. Today. Let's see your 8 hour. Yeah. I don't really see anything else to say. Nope. Moving on. Theta holding the golden pocket 786. Still within the range. If it is to come any lower, then I'll be looking for 78. Could potentially see a sweep down here. It would just be a sweep. Want to get back above this VWAP here. Theta at the moment, I know we haven't got any change of no charts here on the weekly. I mean the daily. So this is still moving bearish right here. Let's see if that was a back test of that. Just want to see. No, not quite. If we get an SFP of this previous day low, I might entertain the idea here from yesterday's low. If we get an SFP of that down here into this 786, then I would be interested um, in taking a long position. I do like Theta. Theta is still moving a little bit bearish right now since we haven't. I want to see this closure above here too. And then that would give us a higher high here on the daily time frame. So we get a change of character here on the daily time frame because right now it's just a lower high until we get a closure above here, and then we'll have a higher high. We would still have to come back and put in a higher low because we don't have that yet. But yeah, give me just a minute. And good day to you too, Nonillian. I did just look at Tron, and like I said, I don't think that Tron moves organically. Personally, I do not think that it moves organically. It's already reclaimed the trend line that it got the breakdown from. So I would just be looking for it to go up at this point. We were looking at the potential of it coming back down here into this weekly range here yesterday. Like I said, I didn't think that Justin Sun would allow that to happen. And right now, yeah, we're just holding. It's holding. It's back inside this range. Nice wick off the bottom here. Nice candle altogether. Starting to slow down a little bit in here with this one, but yeah, money flow is coming out. Not enough for me to want to long, but if you just do it based off of price action, then I mean, needs to see a closure above here first. So you want to see a closure above that 31.86. Want to see a closure above here. That'll give you your it'll give you your chotch back over here on the 1 hour time frame. I mean, it just continues to put in higher lows and higher highs so far. I don't see anything relative. A little bit of bear div here with the cloud cover on the 1 hour time frame. Um, it did not have, yeah, it's above the dynamic cloud, which is a little bit different there. Starting to get a little bit of a rise over here again. That's something that I did see on it. Starting to get a bit of a rise here. So this, if this engulfs, then maybe we could start to look lower. But at the moment, until it validates it, I don't know. So yeah, your 4 hour can be bearish. And that's just based on this. It's ranging right now, but the 4 hour could be bearish. You do have a cloud cover here, so you have a squeeze going on. Let me check the Bollinger and see. There is a squeeze right now. So if I say anything based on the indicators, I would say you have a squeeze here. You have a potential rising dynamic cloud here on the 4 hour. Also, the dynamic cloud would lead me to believe that this would break to the downside, and we would still have this on the table, potentially coming back down here into 29. That would change things up here on the 4 hour time frame. So in that event, you could look for an SFP here at the previous day low. So you would have the previous day low, the previous week low. These are all, I'm not sure what chart you use. So you could start to look for an SFP from one of these ranges in here. I like to lean with the weekly level, and that's 29, but I don't think that there was anything over here on the weekly that was concerning. Yeah, nothing Nothing there. Let's see today. Yeah. I do really like this weekly level as a, retracement. So come back and test these highs here. That is what I lean towards. Whether or not that happens, I'm not sure. Because again, I don't think that the price action moves organically here for good old Tron. I'm gonna take this away and just look at the support resistance levels here. So your pivots, just focusing on your pivots. But until you close above here, I'll be looking lower. You close above here, you can look higher. You can look for a potential SFP here at this high, or I'll be looking for price to come into the next weekly level, which is here at 33.98. Bearish 4 hour for sure. 2 hour looks fine. Your 1 hour is the one that has that bear div. So the bear div here on the 1 hour. Let me see what this was. So no respect for that. Let's change this to yellow. We'll see if it respects this. And if it does, again, I look for an SFP. Let me just check back in on Bitcoin. And we're doing absolutely fine. I'm going to take this away now because we've done that. And again, potentially a rejection could come from here, unless this breaks the top side here and then it comes back in, and then you'll see one of these little red ones pop out here, because it is starting to get away again, where it looks like it could potentially put in some more. Let me see how the RSI looks in comparison. It still looks really good here on the RSI. Doesn't mean it can't come back down here and back test, because we can, but that looks pretty decent. Starting to see that, yeah, we could be looking for some sort of a back test in here for Bitcoin. Look, our little E's are working. They haven't been really doing good on the lower time frames, to be honest. Yeah. I don't think that I need, yeah, I don't need that one anymore. Let me think. Yeah, I don't need that one anymore. I would just keep those two. And went public. What are you talking about, Coin King? All right, we're going to see how we react when we get here to this 116,624. See if we do want to get a little bit of a rejection here, or if we're just going to push in and try to keep chugging. But it looks like we could start to see a little bit of a correction come in and maybe back test into our area here. Again, potentially a rejection here at the bottom side of this dynamic cloud. And then we would back test here and hopefully get a higher low. And then Bitcoin can continue to it'll push back up here. Reclaim this green sell off. All this oversold. Start to reclaim this oversold area. Back to about 118, maybe. But we do have this previous day low as well. All right, let me just draw a line on this first. So just waiting, looking to see if we're gonna get a little bit of a rejection here and a back test, higher low, and continuation up. We didn't quite tap it, but again, still, this can be a resistance zone right here. Let me drop to a lower time frame. See what we got going on. I like the 5 minute. I'm going to take myself away for a second just so I can finish out my breakfast. I'm not trying to leave this on here. It's just my screen seems to be freezing up a little bit right now. Just trying to measure where the golden pocket, how high price would need to go in order for the golden pocket to be in here. And apparently that is back here to the top side of this dynamic cloud here. Yep. Forgive me. I knew when it started freezing up. Today is going to be one of those days where, I don't know, this streaming platform gives me a hard time. Today is just the day for it. So you could see that this is just where we kept holding yesterday. I'm going to take this away for a second. This is just where we kept holding yesterday, where this RS is at here. Support resistance level. I don't really think that the previous day low, I don't think this wick would be the stopping point since we are in the cloud right now. And we would need to get here for that golden pocket to align to this point here. I was thinking that we were possibly going to see a rejection there, but I mean, we didn't turn around and break back down this blue signal line here. So until we see that, one of these two, we're doing okay. So I'm going to delete that and it's enough lines on the chart, right? We'll see. What's this high? 118,456. Bitcoin dominance remains the same, which is still down below yesterday's daily low. So again, hopefully we can hold here. Instead, hold these highs. Solana's looking pretty good. It has not got that break up from that trend line just yet. But it's holding up. So that's Solana right now. Looks all right here. I forgot that I was on camera and I got my little face going, rubbing my fingers like money. Like, got caught up for a minute there. Yeah, we're just moving really slow, trying to get through this resistance here right now from these lows, which just happens to be in line with the dynamic cloud here. So I don't think that, well, at the end of the day, I just want to see us hold this high in here. We come back, a higher low, and go. See if there's anything else to look at here. I should have did this yesterday, but I think I'm going to scoop up me a little bit of that Kyber network. That ticker. Just because I like the 4 hour and it. Let's see here. So that was just a little spot buy on it. All right, opening up that new 4-hour candle. I'm just looking at some of the altcoins I haven't really paid attention to too much. And just take a look at that opening candle here. Actually, I'll look at it from over here. Yeah, 4-hour quartz still not ready yet. And the 1 hour does suggest that we could come back into here, but I really don't want to see that. I think that's where the golden pocket was actually at. Tried to make it fit. Yeah. So it does suggest we could actually come back into here. Maybe we put in like a double bottom. At least it'll look more like a double bottom here on the 1 hour time frame instead. But we have to wait for us to get there first. Let me see. Take that away. Let me just go with the weekly. It's a lot lighter. And this will put us this was looking like we'd already broken it. Thank you. I have some. I didn't take the ones from yesterday. Oh, you're my gummy. What about Hedera with the pop? Good Lord. Just when I was real ready to count you out to buy a little bit more, you go do this candle. How about that? Gee. Let's see how we hold. Hey, that's nice. I'm gonna get back over to Biddy in just a minute. We're not doing anything other than looking forward to coming to that order block. Ow. I didn't even think I looked at this portion of the chart on H bar, but wow. And I was ready to talk about how nice these little green candles are pushing up here on Link, which, still need to get above. Well, no, Link is fine. Link is fine. I remember Link is fine. TRX still, yeah. It's a nice little pop. Hopefully it can hold. I'm just screening back through here. I don't like the wicks there, but this is an inside range. P usually sees a rejection when I see it look like this. You have your aggressive candles form this line, and then you start to stall out. A lot of times that could lead to a drop down. But and the pattern that it's making is nothing. It's not really making a pattern. So this was making some sort of a rise in here. So this could actually continue down. So this happens to be the pattern inside of the range. We'll see if this breaks down. This rejects this 1 hour for ETH. No, I can already see that that didn't. It's not much right there. So I would look for that to work. It's not much. Can't completely fill in this inefficiency here. Dominance is coming back up a little bit. It's not much looking at it here from this 4-hour time frame, but it is starting to creep up a little bit here. I don't know what this is. I don't like to do it like that, but yeah, I'm gonna do it on the current pivots. Accurate better. We'll see. Yeah. And that's hitting alts a little bit there. Not much. That straight up slapped that candle down on H bar. Crow with the swing failure off the previous week high. All right, just waiting. Bitcoin's just moving slow. Altcoins just tagging along right now with the dominance, getting a little bit of a move up. If there's a 1 hour chart, I think it's going to start to look better. I'm not saying it's going to happen right now, but I would be watching costs. Jupiter, it's a tough one because it's just continuing to roll over here as it sits in this squeeze, but eventually it's gonna pop to the upside. So cost in Jupiter too. Just looking at the 1 hour. Let me take a look at the 4. Yeah, looking at the 1. pop cat, but I still don't trust it. And I like Kyber. I'm going to add onto this spot position on here. I'm going to wait on that 4 hour because that's the time frame that I really like, is the 4. All right, Bitcoin right now. Just breaking. I plotted a little momentum line on the QTD. You got some time on that and hitting these highs over here. Just trying to hold this this high here. That's also in line with, but I don't like it. It can do fine though. That's also in line with, well, not quite in line with it. This is what I was looking at from my other screen. Just looking at, I mean, we were talking about it rejecting here at the bottom side of the dynamic cloud. I was looking at this here, which you can't draw out on the candlesticks. And then, of course, that faster one was in here. But we were already looking at that. But we could see it from here when we were looking at it too. Which they're doing the same thing now. I just put it back on there. Just for now. Dominance is rejecting. It's a nice attempt to hold this high over here, these highs. One minute. Sorry, that's a nice little reclaim. See if we're going to take this momentum line back here. Finger keeps doing that. Bitcoin, do what you're gonna do. I don't think we had any bear div or anything like that here. Let's take a look at this 5. Okay, top side of the dynamic cloud, also the top side of these highs here. A little bit of a cloud cover right here on the 5. I don't like this. I don't like this part. I don't like when we overreach. It should naturally flow and we're overreaching here. I don't like that. I do like the little bit of bullish divergence over here on the 5-minute time frame, but I don't like that. So we'll see about coming down. Let me see what 3. I don't really like to go lower than the 5. It's like the 20 SMA in here. And check out this low. That's going to be an outside bar. We could be expanding. And our highs and our lows. Let's see if this ever relaxed any at all. A little bit. Could be trying again in here off the lower time frame. Yeah, we're trying again off of this 5 minute. Okay, so we actually did get that break there. I'm just going to move that for now. We'll focus on this. This can be connected across price action. Which I can just set this on price action. So sorry that I continued to yarn. I was up last night. Well, I woke up in the middle of the night anyway to the continued tumble. If we do come in here and we look pretty decent, then it could offer a loan. I am a little concerned about the cloud cover, so it might be something that's better to wait on or to just treat it like a scalp position, get in and get out. That's about what I would be looking for, but as a scalp, we'll be looking at a 3 to 1. Be looking more like that. Selling's about to increase. That's what it looks like. This flips. It's already pivoted up. Still holding the midpoint there. Let me squeeze over here on the 1 hour. I don't think that we had a Bollinger squeeze over here. I don't recall seeing one. We don't. RSI's in squeeze though. I watch those altcoins because if what I'm seeing here on the dominance, I mean, like right now, dominance, it did get a slight rejection from where it was trying to trend at here. But in the event that we get this cool off on this selling and we get this break up to the upside here in Bitcoin, it's not managing to hold. Right now, I think Bitcoin looks pretty decent. It's holding pretty decent here, our range, which we need to hold, because if we lose this, then we're really going to slip down to this 110 zone here. And it's basically, I don't know, it's not going to be pretty for Bitcoin. So we really want to see us holding here, continuing to hold here, which is why I'm thinking that if we do get the push down here, this could be good for a scalp position at least. And if it gives more, it gives more. Not quite there. So I would like to see one more drop here in this dynamic cloud. Something to show me some interest is really coming in. I know there was a big whale. I mean, obviously a big whale sold off here. There's no way you get the RSI down to 7 unless somebody completely dumped. And they did. Like this. It's crazy. So we're just trying to hold this support here right now. We're at the mean, which is good. If we're going to hold the mean and get a push up, then we should see a nice move. Generally, you get a nice move when you get a reversal at the mean. Just patience. Take this away so it's not noise for you, because I can see it on my end. I'm going to keep those on. We're just so slow. What's volume look like? Doesn't look good for the loans, but that could change, right? Just see. turn that volume back on. Maybe we can get a capitulation or something. That just got started. That one had just happened. Yeah. Not that I'm interested in this, but it just makes sense to dot all our I's and cross all of our T's. Trying to hold. All right, if we start moving, then I guess I can look back at volume. But right now we're not moving. Pre-market stocks look exactly the same, basically. All right, Bitcoin look like it may be trying a little harder, at least on the 5-minute time frame. Just at least from this 5-minute, it looks like it's trying a little bit harder. That's a lot more relaxed, and it has like that V shape to it, where they merge together, and you're not forcing. You know, doesn't have this big gap, and you're forcing to get the push up. I love this a lot more. Still don't have the volume to back anything, but that is better for that 5-minute time frame. Doesn't mean it wouldn't come up and reject, but that looks a lot better. Dominance is trying to come back up again. As we're coming into market open. All right. Market is open. Let me see what's happening over here. See. Palantir gapped up. Let me see what volume is looking like again over here. Volume still looks a little, it's just trashy. Volume. This still looks better here over here on this 5 minute. Uh-oh. Let me look back at the 15. Yeah, saw that solid red pop in like a pop right there. And so that 5 minute was looking a little better here. How it wedged in. Doesn't mean we can't reject. We can reject. Let's see. So we basically, yeah, we can still reject. What we did manage to do though is we held that 20 that I was saying, that 20. We held that 20 in here. You can see it better like that. That rejection. This could be it. Unless we expand, this could be it. And take that 50 away. That 20, I'm sorry. Take that 20 away. I most certainly won't be mad if it does pop, but mm, I don't I don't know that I see it, but it was a terrible sell-off yesterday. I wanted us to be able to get a long entry off this order block. So to see if we're going to get this rejection and come back down here to it. One of the problems right in here is, I can show you that for that rejection. I mean, we just saw that with the Bollinger there, but also it's that 200 EMA here on this time frame. So let's see if we'll get that feel down here. See if we can see if it's worth entertaining a long position at this order block if it gives it to us. That is what I would say. But I have to see how we hold in here. I don't think we get like a V shape or anything because we really didn't have any volume in here. Not for the bulls anyway. No volume. Just stay in this pocket, please. Just have to hold. And I know that when we get here, we continue to bounce off of that QTD low here on the 5-minute time frame, along with these highs in here. But This line here was really nothing ever. Just figured I'd give her a shot. Right, this is our order block, but I don't see us doing a V shape. Mm-mm. Let me take this off of the chart. Again, I'm not looking for a V-shaped recovery. I just don't think we're at a place where we get a V-shaped recovery. I just need a little bit more patience. Bitcoin is starting to show some strength here. So again, if we get it, this is just, I just favor this a little bit more. I just favor that a little bit more. We'll see. Set to the side for now. While Bitcoin is I will take this up here. I mean, I can see the momentum and all of that in this. I just don't think that it's a good setup. I don't see us V-shaping up out of here, and yeah, not looking for not looking to get caught up in any rejections. I want it to show cleanly, and right now I just don't see it. So I'm not encouraging it. I'm not encouraging it. I'm not encouraging this volume I see right here. Despite that, I'm not going to encourage the green bars I can see in here. Not right now. When it looks better, I will encourage it. But right now, I don't feel encouraged by it. So it's a no for me right now. When it starts to look more comfortable to me, then I'll say it's a nice setup. But right now, I don't like it. And with that said, I'm going to jump over here. And just take a look at my watch list here for the stock market, NASDAQ, S&P 500. So Energy Expand Energy Corporation, EXC. Yep, continuing to be here in continuing to show bearishness right now. I continue to hold. We're still in this range. Nothing new has changed over here. Nothing at all. Bear dips on this 1 hour across the board. So possibly some more continuation down. If it does, then you know what the next level. Well, actually, we're still here in this zone. So 94.36, we lose that. Then we know that we're looking here at this 90 to 85 here. I'm stuck in it right now, so that is what it is. Tempest. Tempest right now. When we first looked at it yesterday, it had not come up and hit this yet. So sometime throughout yesterday, it did manage to come up and hit it for the rejection. So we'll see if we can hold here. Still holding the RSI relatively well. Delta cross, negative delta cross, did get a little red in here. So we continue down. And I want to see this one hold here. I'm not going to plot it on here. Well, I want to see this hold. This one hold here. I'm just going to go with a regular white line on this one because this one will delete itself. And I can always look back at it later. But that's $60 there for Tempest. If it continues to roll over. Palantir is breaking the upside of this bearish formation. And like I said, Palantir is known to break to the upside of bearish formations. So this is not surprising to me. We'll see if we get a rejection from it. But right now it looks like a go. I wanted to see this level here get hit on the correction. Didn't happen. So now we're breaking to the upside here. And these are all ones that I am invested in here at the top side of this section. Sound may have a little pattern in here for sound. Sound, of course, I'm looking for 20 still. Nothing has changed here. We'll see how we do with this formation here. Coin did get the breakdown. This is typically a bearish formation, and so that is working right now.
Sorry. Morning. It's
AMD holding up very well here. 169 next target. If we break to the upside of this ascending channel, then 200 to be the next level for me to look at. TTD still doing good. Nothing has changed here. Still trying to get to that 88 there. Pony. Well, at least we're still outside of this range here, which is where we had the point of control at. So
but at the moment, nothing yet. Santosh, do you have any offers?
Delta's turning back up. Money flow will hit green here soon. We'll look for a continuation up here. It's at 16.17 there. See what Tesla's doing right now. All right. Nice big gap in here on this 1 hour. Showed a nice decrease here for that selling pressure here on Tesla with the positive delta cross currently. It did get pretty oversold, so I wish I'd have caught this yesterday. Not that I'm going to buy these prices, but that was definitely good. I wasn't expecting that, but that's okay. Ooh. Ooh, shame on me. Shame on me. Well, let's just switch things up. My bad. So we had to switch things up here. We'll see. What are we looking like down here? Uh, Seeing a decrease in buying pressure on the 1 hour time frame. That is what it reads. Same thing goes over here for the 4 hour time frame as well. I slipped up, and that was showing that that was a top on the 4. Dang it. Anyway, I'm not invested in this. I'll watch it for the haters. Hood. I just need you to do a little bit more here, Hood. But let's see. Showing that this could potentially be a top here, but we'll see how that goes. Showing that selling pressure was decreasing in here as well. So, I mean, looking at the selling pressure decreasing and looking at the RSI position, and it looks like Robinhood could get another pop back up. 100 isn't that bad for me to want to buy in, but I think we do a 1-2 tap and drop off of that 26 EMA.
Okay, so these are the ones at risk. I am
So circle
this particular one
along with coin and this formation, like I said, very tied to the crypto space, very tied to Bitcoin. And if it's not doing good, I wouldn't expect for those to be doing good. Would make sense. See, circle, we probably could back test this level here at this 174.81. And then we can also look at this here. Actually, I don't want to do it like that because I don't want to get that confused with I mean, we're already here now anyway. We'll see how that works. If not that, then I'll be looking down here at the 174. We'll see if it holds within this order block here, 87 to 182 here. At this low, this pivot low here. Circle, CNC. Oh, geez. I mean, like I said, it's a bit risky, but nonetheless, it had a really nice performance yesterday. Still a bit risky, but it's a great company. I'm not in this one either. Everything below here I'm not in, but I'm looking at opportunities to be in Hood and Circle, maybe CNC, and definitely Rivian I'm interested in being in. So, we just got pushed back into this range after battling it, and this is where the point of control is located. So, looking to see if I had anything in here on it, and I don't. Thus far, it's still looking pretty good. Looking forward to get back up here. I think that this is the time for it to break out of this little pattern. And we just have to keep waiting. I like the delta. I like the, see it from here.
Anything else you want to add, Chris?
I like the RSI at least. Yeah.
All right, thanks everybody.
I think it looks pretty decent. And we said we want to see a closure outside of this line here on a weekly closure outside of here. So today would be the day. We may not see that today, but today would be the day. Thank you. And that's those. Really nothing else I need to look at. NVIDIA, doing NVIDIA stuff. We got Amazon here. I did go ahead and map it out yesterday evening or something like that. So we're hitting the top side of the range here at 233. There is, let me go to, was I on a weekly? I may have been. This was some old stuff that I had on the chart over here. And then I just added these levels in here for the weekly here. So if it gets past this zone, I mean, you can look for rejection here at this pivot, but if it pushes through, I'll just be looking for it to come back up here to the top side of this broadening formation, which this is across the board on so many, yeah, across the board on the NASDAQ, to be honest with you. We are very overextended here on the NASDAQ. But nonetheless, we'll see. Amazon here. I don't think I went through anything else here lately. I haven't. So I'm going to end it there. This was some old stuff I had for Apple, I think. Anyway, no, this is the stuff I have now. Okay. So back over here to Biddy. What I was saying, it just didn't look like a good setup. So again, I wouldn't advise you to get interested in a long off of that garbage. The volume wasn't there or anything. Like it just doesn't look right. If anything comes through today, then I will post it on X. I don't even know that this is going to look good here, coming into here. Um, yeah, yeah. Like I said, despite the green, despite some of the stuff that I could see in here, it just doesn't look good in my opinion. So sit on your hands for now. Be patient. This just wasn't it. Um, Again, I will post it on my X account because if I can't find it here with you, I will find it later, and I will definitely give you an update to that. So if you don't follow me, do follow me at Down to Crypto TA on X. That's my only social account you'll ever see me post anything or interact with. Um, Outside of that, it's not me. And if it is, I'll let you know. But right now, it's just X. And be sure to follow the Coin King. That's DACOINKING. The Coin King. And once something looks legit, I will post it. I will post it. So have on your notifications as well. And then I'll see you tomorrow. Sorry guys, it just wasn't anything. I wasn't, yeah. The short just I didn't want to do the short. Sorry. Sorry, sorry, sorry. But 5 a.m. Love ya.